have 3 lane or 4 lane, even though if we have a 2 lane thing, so the 10 can be divided into 5 or 4 into 4. So that's how the broader the road is, the less congestion can be happen. Good morning, everyone. And that's how the things works. And the Bitcoin achieves the around 7 TPS, while neural network target 1,000 via sharding or layer 2 solutions. I'll let you know about the sharding thing. What is sharding or layer 2 solutions? So for example, does anyone know about L1 and L2s or L3s thing over here in the chat or somewhere? Yes or no? That's it. If no, let's hop into the examples of the L1 and L2s. So, block scout. So it's a multi-chain explorer. We will hop in later on, but let me give you another example. So for just to having a basic understanding, Ethereum is the ML. Okay, okay. Let me tell you. So L1, what are the L1s? So L1s are the main chain which transact and have all the data with themselves. So for example, Ethereum. So for Ethereum, we have Etherscan. Okay, Etherscan. What it have? It have all the things within himself. So that you can see all the block. This is a block, and this is the latest transaction. So it says 17 seconds ago, and the Ethereum having the 16.1 TPS. What does it mean? So the Ethereum right now is processing 16 transactions per second, and from the things which we have seen, they have processed about 3,142.12 million transactions so far. Okay, so you can calculate the time by 16, and you will see how many hours it took to process this much thing. Just this much thing. Heading towards this, and yeah, L1 and L2s now. So L1s are the basic chain. Then there's a contributor chain, which transact the transaction on their level, and then they compress all the things into a one block, and then they push into the L1. So the very best example for this is Polygon or Base or Arbitrum. These are the L1 and L2. So example of L1 and L2 and L3. So what is L3? Let me L3 are not chain, but the application which runs on L1 or L2s basically. So L3, it can be any DApp, it can be a media house, it can be anything. So here we go, examples. As I already mentioned, Ethereum, okay. Then off-chain Polygon, side as a side chain, Optimism, Aptos is a L1, okay. Arbitrum is again L2, L3. Like I already mentioned about the things that is on top of the L1 and L2. So Uniswap, DeFi Exchange, OpenSea, NFT Marketplace, Icon or Quant enabled trailer functionalities. Why I'm using Perplexity today? There is only one reason, that everyone understand what I'm saying. It's already there, right? Heading towards so these are the concept for the L1 and L2 and L3. So whatever is gonna build on the finance and the supply side, whatever is building, it's a L3 application. It's a L3 application. Okay, I hope everyone is getting the terms now. Mitesh, Anisha, Unnati. Okay, no issues. Heading towards do. Finance, slow settlement T plus 2, high intermediate fees, fraud, opaque processes, supply chain data silos, lack of traceability, counterfeiting, heavy paperwork. The common thread both industries rely on heavy trust and reconciliation between the multiple parties who don't fully trust each other. Okay. So, how many you have orders from Misho? Is there anyone who ordered Misho or Mintra? If you guys are using Mintra, so you are already using blockchain. So, min do MYNTRA use blockchain for their supply chain? Checking. Yes, Mintra uses a blockchain for its supply chain through a track and trace system that records every step from fiber sourcing, means the from the right from the source to next level, and quality check to the warehouse delivery on chain and enhance the transparency and authenticity. This is the very first application in the e-commerce world which is using and telling people that yes, they are using the blockchain. And people fear that if we are going to use the blockchain or something, government will tax it or other things. So for your understanding, government will never gonna tax, not any government, for what you guys are building. So building an application is something different, and trading the asset is a completely different thing. So if you're using blockchain in your application, it doesn't mean you are gonna penalize or you are gonna tax to just use the technology. It you will got taxed or something that is on the basis of the revenue you're generating, or you're trading on the real assets basically, which I already mentioned about R1 means which I already mentioned in previous session about the NFTs and FTs. Okay, so this is the thing, heading towards the next topic. So why blockchain fits? So as previously we know the characteristics of a blockchain. It's transparent, it's open for everyone, you can't mutate it, you have permission and permissionless thing over there. You doesn't require any third party to overlook look on you. Okay, there are multiple things where you can rely on this thing, right? So enterprise already told you about hyperledger, fabric, cardano, and there are so many blockchains which are built by so many things. Okay, so this is the thing, these are the characteristics why blockchain fits in. But again, why I explain the TPS on the first hand. So first hand, the TPS thing is gonna be like a mathematical calculation. Let's for example, again I'll give you an example. So okay, I have 10,000 users, 10,000 users who paid for around 1 rupees, 1 USDT from party 1 to party 2. How much how much time mm, would be taken by Ethereum to get the confirmation if there is no parallelism? Okay, so what is the parallelism? That the condition what I got gave you, that's how the the thing says. So Ethereum mainnet process about 15 to 30 TPS currently with the average 12 seconds. Okay, block time. So confirming 10,000 simple USDT transfer, each is gonna cost about 21,000 Wei, which I already mentioned about the gas thing in the previous thing, and send in the parallel will take about 5 to 15 minutes. Okay, under the normal conditions, block hold about this much gas, and limiting the parallel transaction inclusion of the network capacity, high volume risk, and the mempool release, blah blah blah. Fee spike, you have to pay, like if you want to transfer 1 USDT, you might be paying about 80 or 100 USDT for the gas fees. Okay, and confirmation means one block 12 seconds, which in this, and about 2.5 to 6.5 minutes. Okay, and ensure the security against the reorganization. Ethereum have the parallelism with the help of L2s. Here you go about the new update about Fusaka. You can learn about on the blogs. We have the blogs on the Flexer website as well, and it does more L1s that cheaper and blah, and 100 to 1000 TPS only, which means you can get all the 10,000 transaction on other chain in just 100 second to 1000 seconds. That's it. Whereas taking the time about the 5 to 15 minute. So I hope you understand about the congestion now in the real world example on the Ethereum side. That's why the L2s came into the picture, and that's why Ethereum have so many different L2s right there. Okay, heading towards this, let's do okay, cross border payment settlement, cross border payments and settlement. So this is the thing where we struggle a lot when we are doing business with the overseas. So whenever we wanted to expect a payment from any any international thing, so we have to use the Swift network, and it take a hell lot of time, about 4 to 5 days. That is for sure, that there is no such thing where you can get the transaction in a single day payment. There are aggregator, but through the right channel you have to wait and pay the Swift network fees and other things. So it involves third party like banks, it take days and high fees, which I already mentioned. Where the blockchain solution have used it, just I write on the perplexity that P2P thing means peer to peer settlement, which means if I am gonna pay to Srishti, there is no need for the banks, there is no need for anyone, just like a UPI. But in the UPI, there is also a bank which is involved from party A to party B. Okay. Whereas into the blockchain ecosystem, there is terms wallet address to wallet address with the help of blockchain, with the help of ledger basically. Okay, liquidity bridge with the help liquidity bridge, stable coins or bridge currencies, XRP and XML. There are some other things as well, where there's Tau, Wrap DAO, and basically Tau in the Bitcoin world, and the XRP is having their own chain now, and XLM is they're having own token. There's a bridge as well, and benefit reduced by 40 to 80% settlements in seconds, not days. Just I already mentioned about the transaction. 10,000 if I wanna 10,000 users are using any application, and how much time will it take? So heading towards this trade finance, the paperwork killer. Okay. Before going towards this, let me get back to again on this. So we have the trade finance, the paperwork killer, the product letter of credit LC, and the bill lading. The change digitizing the documentation flow process. The importer and exporter agrees on the terms via smart contract. Bank review the digital document instantly, and funds unlock automatically upon digital proof of shipment. Okay, reducing the LC means line of letter of credit processing time from 10 days to 4 hours. What, how it is possible? It is possible, let's suppose you raise the invoice from your end, you shared with the party B, which is your client, both agree on it, you have signed, you guys signed the documents over the platform. Okay, I'll tell you the few platform out there, and Once you sign your document, you will get the hash out of it, and later on you can, share with the public, means banks, and they can see if that is the digitized one. You don't need to, stamp proof from the government or any government official. If you sign the things, it's on the chain. You don't need anyone to, verify it. You can just copy the transaction hash, go to the explorer, paste it, and tada, you got your confirmation right there, and no one is going to question it. But the thing is, everyone need to understand how the technology works. That's it. Okay. For example, we have doc. Okay. Documents. So, Ampal. So documents so is something. Okay. DocuSign. You might know. Inside the document, so crafting the DocuSign by, well, okay. I'm forgetting the name, but there are so many platforms who have their own chain now just to sign the document. Yeah, I got it. Each sign. So each sign is a signature, multi-signature wallet. It's a L3 again, where you can, send the document. It will take it and got the transaction contract signed, and you can send, sign, and verify. Send the contract, sign the contract, verify the contract, write in the platform, share it with the world without taking any challenge. Okay, that's how the things works. You can use it for free right now, I guess. Yeah, because, but later on you have to buy the sign token, and if you have the sign token, then you will be able to sign and verify on it. So that's the thing. Now let's back to the thing. Okay, tokenization of RW is. So what is RWA? Does anyone understand what is RWA? Okay, do anyone know about the BlackRock company? Okay, awesome. So again, heading toward this for the clean example, what is RWA and what BlackRock gonna do in RWA sector? Okay, let's see. So RWA stands, which is already there. Realize it. Which are physical and traditional finances assets like estate, bonds, commodities, equities, or are token on blockchain for trading, fractional ownership, and DeFi integrations. BlackRock RW strategy. BlackRock has, launched the Biddle program, a tokenized money market fund for on Ethereum that reaches about 2.85 billion in assets by late 2025, focusing on US treasuries, on chain yield, and liquidity. The firm plans major expansion in tokenized RWA, targeting trillions in the market growth through the 2030 via compliant tokenization of bond, real estate, and private credit. So what does it mean? So BlackRock is the, investment firm which is having most of the stakes and most of the, which are funding the most of the projects. Now what they wanted to do, they wanted to, if you are owning the building, you can tokenize it, and you can sell the fractional ownership to other parties in the marketplace, and they will buy it, they will own it. The moment is your flat or your buildings is gonna be high into the market, everyone will make money about from it. And the best part of the RW is if you're getting the fractional ownership, the moment you are buying or selling it, the real value is also backed by the RWS assets, which means if you are having the 10 shares and you sold it, it's not gonna be dump right moment, because it's a pool. You're having a shared one, so you can't dump your assets, you can sell it, that's it. So that's why the price dropping is not gonna be like a rug pull method. Okay, for the rug pull there is let's have a understanding of rug pull as well. So for rug pulls, let's hop towards Binance.com. Okay, for this let's go to the buy crypto okay, market. And in the market, let's go to the changes. uh, okay, you are saying all the cryptos over here with the one. Okay, minus 10%. These are the tokens which have the worth over here. Let me get few tokens which are new into the market, and which okay, just to have an understanding about the thing is Bitmart. Bitmart, market, market, and here you go all, and here you go about this thing. Yeah. So you are seeing all the things are green over here, right? These green thing, how it came up? Let's go for a Dodge AI. So you can see this is the token amount like 0.0000. If you're having 1 rupees, you can buy millions of this thing. Okay. Let's hop towards this the 24-hour cycle. What we can do is 1 day cycle or a month cycle. So we can see it listed at 0.005, and right now it is having 0.0000 blah 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 2069, means 10 ki power minus 17. This is how the rug pull work. Like, you list something, community buys it, the moment the price goes high, everyone is gonna sell it, and the moment they sell it, the market goes down. So just on having the understanding, like before making any investment, check about the background, check about everything, because in this Web3 world, if you're gonna buy RWAs or FTs, NFTs, just check out the market whether it's true or not. Because let me give you an example. If you are gonna buy the shares of the company from Zerodha or something, there is a proof of body, there is a SEBI, there is RBI, and everything is there, right? So if you do bullish or they do something foolish thing, they get penalized for their what they were doing. That's how the things works. So tokenization of real world assets, I hope you guys understand about this now. So the concept which I already mentioned, like creating a digital twin of the physical asset on blockchain. Examples: real estate, fractional ownership of the building, which I already mentioned about it, bonds, stocks, instant settlement without clearing houses, commodities, tokenized golds, or oil barriers. So oil, like for example, gold, you have might heard about the e-gold, which means digital gold. You can buy from Paytm or anything, and the people say it's not true. I'm not sure about it. That the you are buying e-gold, it is backed by the real gold. Okay, I totally don't understand the concept about this thing, because the moment ETF goes down, the real gold is sometimes stables. That's the thing. Let's hopping towards this provenance and traceability from farm to table. So let's take an example of food safety. For example, Walmart and I went food trust layer the leafy greens. So they have their own chain for the farmland and everything. Every stop farmer, process, distributor, retailer scans the batches and impact the tracing and the contaminated batches like seconds instead of the weeks, preventing mass recalls and everything. What does it mean? So if you having a QR, you can scan it, right? Just like a blanket or something which we use in the supply chain for now, right? So all the things they have processed on chain side, right? And heading towards few things regarding how can I explain you guys, like I hope you guys know like the from farm to land how the things work, right? So each steps they are using blockchain to having the QR and having the thing, so that you can anytime anywhere you can just scan the QR and get to know about the product, product visibility and viability interact due to the blockchain thing. You can have the trust factor over there. I know there are few people who can manipulate the product right after the label as well, but for that they need high capacity instrument. Whereas the few people who are doing this thing, they are doing great into this thing. I already give an example of the Mintra. Okay, anti-counterfeiting, high value good luxury bags, pharmaceuticals, auto parts, solution. Okay, so create a digital passport, NFTs. So NFT, so this digital passport NFTs are different than normal NFTs. So NFTs are multiple type of like soul bound tokens NFTs, which means if they can be minted once and they can't be tradable and non-transferable from one address to another address. So that if you mint it, it's yours, no one is gonna be able to buy it, you won't be able to share it, that's it. Okay. Point of manufacturing verification, consumer scan a QR or NFC chip to verify the item exists on the blockchain and hasn't been sold before. If it's sold, so there is gonna be a name on in that transaction of that product. The outcome, brand protection and the consumer safety. For this thing, there is an example of the Nike in Web3. Nike in Web3. Okay, Nike entered through the NFT platform like the Swoosh and launched in 2020 for the virtual sneakers and the co-creation of the acquired RFT blah blah blah. Okay, Swoosh enables the trading digital collectibles community challenges for the royalties and the integration of EA Sports game onboarding this much user means to like 0.25 million users via NFTs, RKF, high production, and do they are using for real and fake product detection. Kubernetes patented in 2019 and advanced through this using blockchain and NFT tried to physical to verify the authenticity and combating the counterfeit by linking unique digital token to shoe identifiers. I hope you got my point now. That Nike is also using it in such a manner you can directly verify on chain whether they are fakes or they are reals, because these days you can go for the LVs or this Mochi and others. So you can like most of them are gonna use it in coming days, but there are few brands who are already using Web3 on a deeper level that not everyone knows about it. Okay, heading towards counterfeit. I hope that makes sense about the blockchain examples about this thing, which means the digital bill of the lading EBL. The problem is shipping relies on a physical paper that must be flown from the destination port. If lost cargo is stuck, the solution an immutable digital transfer of title, tech transferring ownership of the EBL on blockchain ensure the only one person holds the original right to claim cargo, that I already mentioned about the soul bound tokens, right? So it's similar to that. The you can go deeper via perplexity that make you that have you more understanding on this topic, that heading towards supply chain finances, where finances meet supply chain. Okay, so best example, Apple, blah blah, the deep tier financing problem, bank trust, big buyers, example Apple, but not the tiny suppliers for the tier three and tier four. The blockchain solution, one big buyer meant a digital, commitment to pay on the blockchain. Tier one supplier passes a portion of this token to tier 2 and tier 3, tier 2 to tier 3, and tier 3 supply cash this token into the bank immediately, because the risk of the underwritten by the big buyers, not the small suppliers. What does it mean? So if Apple is there, Apple relies on Samsung for their, Mac devices, and for the SSD in another part. Then they are relies on the Sony for the cameras. They are relies on multiple things. These are the L1 are is Apple. Then the middle supplier is like Samsung and Sony for the camera and spare parts. Then there are some parts who are building the chipset for them, L3s and L. So these are the L3s. So L3s are the small businesses. L1 is the big businesses. If L1 is gonna pay it, it's on chain. They have their own token against the bill, the invoice they have. They pass those token to the L2s, and L2s have passed to the L3s. If L3 wants that token to be converted into the real money, so they can just go to the banks or go to the crypto exchanges. They can swipe it out and got their money instantly. Why? Because the trust and the things are backed through the tokens of the Apple billing. So that's how the supply chain works. And for more things, you can just go on any browser and search about the Mintra supply chain. That's it. Now heading towards implementation challenge, the interval operability. That's true. Getting the finance blockchain, the Corda, to talk to the logistic blockchain like Hyperledger, scalability, handling thousands of transactions per second, TPS, which I already mentioned at very first of the session. Why TPS matters, what is TPS in Web3 and other things. You can go dig deeper about the TPS. And for right now, let me give you an example of how much Solana TPS and versus Monad. Okay, so Solana achieves this much TPS per second, peaks and under pressure just like this. So maximum they can process 65,000, which has increased about 15% in 2025, which makes them 78,000 for now, I guess. While Monad goes for the 10,000 TPS in the via parallel execution, not just a single execution, but lacks the mainnet data because it's not launched yet. They claim to be having the fastest into their domain, but not yet. Solana live from the this one 781 transaction per second, whereas you can see the Ethereum is doing about 7 to 14 or average 12 transactions per second. They can do the 781 transaction per second, which means 10,000 users 3 seconds. That's it, 3 to 5 seconds. About this thing, like maximum transaction over the 100 blocks, 2.8 million daily transactions are over there. So you can learn more about this thing via this table. Like the fidelity rate is Solana is about this one, and they are targeting about this one because the real time TPS Solana is having about 700 to 13,000. Monad target on the testnet, they have the 10,000 with themselves. About the peak TPS, it's about a lakh, and 7,000, it's again 10,000. The theoretical maximum, it's have this, and the block fidelity rate is also depending upon this thing. That's why they have the 12 second, and since they have the 10,000, it's about the half a second, uh, less than a second basically. So I hope everyone is clear about the TPS and the implementation challenges if they are building the real world application for themselves. Let's take an example for the BNB chain because it's come into the third into the ecosystem. BNB chain TPS. Okay, so BNB currently processing about 118 TPS in the real world in 1 hour average, the peak up to the 2500 approx. So the maximum they have the 2.2222. Okay, so you can see this thing in the 2020. By 2025 they are scaling by OPBNB by L2 about 10,000 thing. Mm, okay, so this is the thing, and heading towards the next topic about the summary and the conclusion. So what we have learned so far, we have learned about the blockchains are moving hype to production. Means saw multiple blockchains out there who are claiming that we are the fastest, but under the hood they all are slow. Sometimes, not every times, they feel the congestion multiple time if any outage occurs. This time we saw that Solana doesn't affected by the AWS outage just because of their community and the node not relied on the cloud infrastructure. They are relied on their own local infrastructure as well. Okay, in finance it creates the programmable instant value transfers. In supply chain it creates absolute visibility and trust. Together they create the autonomous economies where goods and payments flow simultaneously. So right from the farm to the mart, it's the thing which can be happen on blockchain. All you need a right platform to use it, to understand it. Okay, and if you are building any application on web3, just to make sure what chain you are gonna use, how fast it is, if it's a real time work. For example, if you are gonna buy the orders of the steaks, means there's an order book mm, for the stocks. Okay, so in the microseconds every stock is selling. So it's really hard to sell the stocks on chain, because the moment you are getting ordered, we don't know how much time it gonna take to getting the final confirm block fidelity, and you got the confirmation that you bought it. Because it's on chain, it's there will be condition if the lakh millions of the users are trading on it. So that's why web3 never sleeps, but web2 sleeps 9 to 3. That's how the things works. uh okay, any questions does anyone have from the chat or out here? If yes, just let me know. Yeah, Mitesh, tell me. Okay, if no one has the questions so far, so Srishti, stage is over to you. And yeah, thanks. Okay. I am investing money on bonds in the crypto investment, so they are charging TDS every month and giving me some amount of interest on. So that will it be the same with the crypto investing in crypto? Yes, because there is the APY and the yield thing over here as well, where you are investing about few. You can invest on multiple things and heading towards. If you are holding things, market doesn't affect because you staked your token, so your APY will be stable in that. So you can go for yield trading on the Binance or any crypto exchanges and get to know about more into that side. Though I personally never do the trading on this level or any level, but yeah, I do have knowledge that you can earn about the APY at a good rate on platform of the Binance itself. Okay, awesome. Yeah, 60 stage is yours.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. If you have any resource that you want to share, please share it in the Discord channel.
Sure.
Uh,
For now, I already mentioned about the resources about via perplexity. You can find anything about the whatever the terms which I mentioned. There's no particular resource on that. The you can go to the Google Scholar to research about more things on that. That's it.
okay, fine, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the session.
Thank you. Okay. Have a great day. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir. Same. Okay, guys. So at 11 a.m., we have our next session that is in generative AI track, which will be taken by Miss Pushpanjali Sharma, ma'am. So just wait and we'll get back to you. Hi everyone, am I audible? Okay, so guys, up in our generative AI track, we have a mentor who brings a powerful mix of leadership, architecture, and AI innovation. Please give a warm welcome to Miss Pushpanjali Sharma, ma'am. She is an engineering leader and principal architect with deep expertise across generative AI, agentic AI, AI agents, machine learning, and data engineering. She's also recognized as a 40 under 40 data scientist, highlighting her impact and contributions in the AI space. Along with her technical in leadership, she is a thought leader, mentor, and speaker, actively guiding teams and communities in building meaningful and scalable AI products. We are honored to have her with us today and excited to learn from her insights into AI product thinking and agent based systems. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. You can start with the session.
Thanks, Rishti. Thanks for the warm welcome, everyone. So today in this session, right, what we will do, I did not prepare any, PPT or slides to take you through and give a kind of a monologue. I want this particular session to be interactive with all of you because I know like all are preparing for your hackathon and you want to understand how we can use all the Gen AI tools and technology that are available in the market to build your prototype, right? From an idea till the designing of the particular solution and then deploying it in the production. How the end-to-end process should start. So now I will look up to you to give me a use case so that I can take you through how exactly you can use something like ChatGPT or say Cloud, right? Interfaces or Gemini, in fact, right? To build your complete project end to end. So, can anybody come up with an idea? Srishti, I'm audible, right?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Yeah, guys, I'm looking for an idea from you all. So I have opened ChatGPT and I'm waiting for an idea from you all. Anything on the chat, guys? Okay. So since there is no idea has come, so what we will do, right? So ChatGPT has this new feature like there is auto, there is instant, and there is thinking, right? And there are multiple legacy model. So among all the models, I always prefer GPT 4.1 and GPT 4.0 because thinking and the thinking mini takes a little bit more time. But today we are going to use whatever is available. So let me take you through. I'm sure you all of are kind of exploring Gen AI, platforms like Cloud Gemini or say Chat GPT. So let me, take you through all the GPTs that is available for your R&D, right? So here we can go for writing. So here in the writing section, you will be able to see a lot of different gpts are there. If you want to make AI humanizer, if you want to make a AI product for managers, right? This is for the product managers to kind of understand if there is any gap in the requirement or kind of design a product from scratch, right? There is novel writer. If you're writing something, there is writing assistant, right? In fact, there is a gpt for the legal people. productivity. So there is a lot of options here for editing a video, editing a picture, preparing a presentation, which is really going to be helpful for you people. And Canva is also integrated. I'm sure all of you are using it. So what I personally use a lot is that this particular research and analysis, these are research bots that precisely we call. So here we have lot of options in terms of researching a particular idea. So if you want to summarize a YouTube video also, you can use this particular YouTube video summarizer, right? Scholar AI is particularly focusing on the research assistant. So there are a lot of research happening in the field of AI/ML, right? And in fact, in any other field, in say for example, clinical research in the pharmaceutical domain, right? There is a lot of research happening how we can optimize the supply chain in the retail industry, right? Or say the CPG industry. So all this different kind of papers that people are researching, you will be able to see those summarized version of those paper, and you can do exhaustive analysis here. Similar way, there is stock, crypto, and this kind of analysis is there. Apart from that, these are educational, like, right? And these are lifestyle. If you want to check your horoscope also, you will get that. And DAL-E is primarily focusing on the image generation. So if you want to design an architecture of a particular building, if you want to generate a logo for your company, right? This particular section or LLMs will be able to help you. Programming, if you are really building a product using some languages like Python, or say TypeScript, or say Java, JS, right? Node.js, AngularJS, etc., then this particular section is your go-to place to build your complete end-to-end product. So now what I will do, have we received any idea yet? Yes, Shreya has shared a you know um idea. I want to build a solution which reads the bank statement and generate the output in simple tabular format. Yeah, that is very easy solution, right? So what I will do, I will go to the new chat GPT. I'm not using any of the custom one. I will use the regular one, right? And I'm using the thinking because I want the system to research on my idea, right? So what prompt I will give, I will give a very simple but intentional prompt here. I want to build an application that is going to so now let's see what kind of information this particular system is giving. Yes. So this is your idea, Shreya. So it is telling us the MVP concept, right? The name of the MVP, it is telling us as statement to insight, right? So here it is asking you to download the bank statement from the respective banks in a PDF or CSV format, right? And upload in that particular application. So here we can improve this particular MVP by integrating the API from each and every bank to extract the bank statement. But in that situation, it is going to be a compliance issue, which we will talk about in some time, right? So here it is giving you the complete information how exactly you should be building this kind of an MVP, right? And now the design part. So now, since I need an exhaustive table with all the information summarized in a particular manner, right? So the final table where the details will be shown will have this kind of information. The name of the bank is HDFC. The last four digit of the account number shown here, statement period, whatever statement period or statement you have uploaded, transaction date, this is it, right? And type of transaction, this is like extracted. And these are the different information that has been extracted. Now suppose in this particular table you do not want to show, for example, say subcategory, right? Then you can do an what you can do, you can go here and you can send your prompt. I do not want the subcategory field. I will show you that, but not now, right? Summary table will have this information. This is the table, or I would say staging table, where all the extracted information is dumped here, right? And this is the final summary table where you will see all the information. Now the MVP scope. Here, it accepts an PDF and CSV. If we want to increase the scope by integrating an API, right? That particular API will be requiring you a lot of approval from RBI, and there is a lot of governances there, because that particular API hits a particular system, and that system contains all the uh, bank statement or bank related, your account related information. So it is a very sensitive information, and if there is any loophole in your application, then there might be a huge compromise on the customer data. So you have to be very sure if you want to integrate an API. If yes, then what kind of governance and security guardrails you are putting in your application, or you are just want to go download the PDF from HDFC or say SBI bank and upload in the application, right? And here it is also giving you how the architecture is going to look like, right? And then how it is going to be a unique value proposition in the hackathon, right? It is telling you that. And privacy safety, it is already telling you this. And now how exactly your demo script should be looking like. So this is how you can use Gen AI to completely draft a hackathon project, or say application, or say idea, into step by step process to proceed ahead, right? So here also, if you have a team with a member of 2 to 4, how you distribute the work among your team members, that is also given by this particular system, right? And then in this particular chat where you're researching, you can also add your team members here. So this is how you can research on an idea using any of the Gen AI tool. So I'll take a pause here and I'll wait for some questions here. Okay, sure, Shreya. Sure. Sumit has a question. Can we rely totally on AI that the code provided correct? And what about the data privacy? Exactly. So Sumit, we cannot, believe in whatever the information, especially when it comes to code, right, is given by that particular AI system. You have to verify, right, the code or the packages that is being imported, it is really having the right packages or not. It happened to me. So I was researching on an idea which is not related to my company, but I was researching on a personal idea. And at that time, Gen AI and OpenAI is very new. I was doing it 2 years back, right? So when I was trying to uh, write the script, a Python script, it has introduced some packages which I have never seen. So when I research about those packages, I got to know that that particular package has some malicious virus, right? And the moment you do an execute in any way, directly using a VS Code or say Windsurf or something like that, it is going to bug your laptop, right? So it is very much important the application that you are building. You have an very good understanding of the programming language you are using, uh, like Python, TypeScript, or say JavaScript. You should be knowing that whether a particular package is looking suspicious or not, if a particular piece of code is really working or not. So you have to be very careful before you execute that particular code in your local system or anywhere else. Yes. Sumit also has a question. Sumit, can you be more elaborative on your question? So I understand that large data set needs to get into the chunking mode or batch processing mode, but the second part of the question I did not understand. Can we share some info which is confidential, trusting on AI? But we are not sharing the data set completely here, right? So what I'm meaning is that when you have a company data set, right, or customer data set, and you are trying to build an application out of it, so you have to use the company subscription for any of the application. So for example, in Microsoft we have Copilot, right? So now Copilot has two options. One is company, one is work, and one is web. So if you are passing any in, or if you're asking any question about your company infrastructure, for example, I want to understand how many meetings I had in last month which is falling beyond 4 p.m. In this situation, firing a particular query or say prompt in the web option, right, and then trying to extract my calendar information, it's not gonna work, right? It'll ask you to download us .ics file and upload it, right? Which we should not be doing it because my calendar information is sensitive. So in this situation, we'll be using the work option where that Copilot has access to all the company's information, or say my calendar information or anything that is being hosted on Microsoft 365 because it's company subscription. So in the meantime, this particular application, say ChatGPT, or we have Notebook LLM, we have Gemini. So let me share all of it, right? My browser. Just give me 1 second. So here we have multiple options to research on a particular idea. We have Notebook LLM, and this is a very, very good tool. Trust me, guys. So if you have an idea, if you have any PDF, you can directly, import that particular idea, and you can start doing a Q&A. You can build up a prototype. You can start writing. I would say article, everything, right? So all you need to keep giving some kind of PDF, AI strategy PDF, then you can build on top of it. So for researching, Notebook LLM from Google is very good. Gemini, right? So Gemini at this point in time, I do not have a subscription, so it will be a personal subscription, right, on my Google account. So if your company has Gemini, for example, all the Google employees are using Gemini, so for them Gemini is safe. But in my case, it seems it's a personal subscription. I will not be using any company's data for any kind of analysis here, or sensitive data precisely. Say for example, my bank account, for example, say my passwords, right? I will not be using it. Similar way, this is entropic cloud sonnet. This is one of the very talk of the town kind of a LLM at this point in time. So here, if it's your personal subscription, it's better not to share your personal information. So I have a premium subscription of ChatGPT, which is again personal, but normally I do not use any personal information to be fed into the AI system. So what happens? So nowadays, I think you people must have seen people are using a lot of this lifestyle gpt, especially this astrologer, or say this kind of best friend life coach. You must have heard about, like, in US teenagers are kind of making this AI as their friend, and they are started talking to, and some of the teenagers has committed suicide because AI has suggested them. So those are like against the responsible and ethical AI. So we have to be very careful how exactly we are using our, you know, um, uh, using our, this AI, Gen AI tools, which is available in the market. Any other questions is there? So, Shreya, since you are starting up on your career in the ML side, right? So don't start with Gen AI. You have to start with the basics. And basics for ML is the foundational AI ML. We start with linear regression. We start with logistic regression. Then we move to the advanced algorithms like random forest. Then we go for like gradient boosting, right? And then we slowly move to more complicated algorithms like deep learning algorithms, right? uh, then you look into this CNN, RNN, and then once you start understanding what is reinforcement learning, what is self-learning, what is the different types of computer vision algorithm, or say NLP processing algorithm, then you will be able to understand what exactly is Gen AI. Gen AI, generative AI, is nothing but reinforcement learning, which was discovered long, long back. I think it's more than a century back, right? So, as a data scientist, as a ML engineer, knowing the basic of deep learning is very important. If I did not know reinforcement learning, I wouldn't have understood what OpenAI has built in the backend of ChatGPT, right? Once you understand reinforcement learning, self learning, then you'll be able to understand how exactly Gen AI is working, because there are two concepts which is very important. One is predictive, one is generative. Predictive comes from prediction, what is going to happen in future, right? You are trying to make an uh, you're trying to make a decision out of the information, or say prediction given by the ML model. We'll be using regression, we'll be using classification, right? And similar way, if I want to generate something for future, for example, I want to generate how am I going to look when I am say 80 years old, something that is going to come in future, and I want to generate it. It doesn't exist, right? That is generative, and that is generative AI. So generative AI is less accurate, or hallucination is more as compared to the predictions. Yeah, I hope I answered your question. Any other question? Yeah, Anurag. Um, so this is something actually very, very, what to say, uh, tricky thing you people are doing. The reason being is that you cannot be 100% sure that the AI model that you are using is really up to date. The reason being is that every day the market is changing, every day some or the other event is happening in the world, right? And and any global event that is happening, right? Something happen in US, something happen in say uh, Israel, right? There is a war between Ukraine and Russia. All these different factors are really impacting the stock market. So if your AI model or the LLM you are using or the application you are using, it is not up to date with our current events, in that situation, do you think the strategy you have built for your stock investment is really going to work? I don't think so, because this is going to be a very risky thing. At this point in time, if you're investing say stocks in stock market and taking account for all the banks, right, all the banks across India, then that is going to be a good bait, because banks are never going to go out of business, all because like there are people, consumers working, right? But if you are betting on something like Zepto, Blinkit, or say Swiggy, do you think this kind of aggregators or say platforms are going to be up and running and is going to give you a huge amount of profit out of that 15,000 you have invested as part of the IPO? Yes, no. You have to, there are few things in life that you have to do manually, right? You have to sit with your pen and paper, or you have to talk to human like the stock investor or say advisors, right, to get the get your strategy verified, which is given by the AI system. um, yeah, Kajal, so why you want to run an LLM locally in your system? Because as far as I know, it's going to eat up a lot of resources on your laptop. Why not run it on cloud? So normally when it comes to very heavy models like a large language model or small language model or anything precisely on the deep learning area, right? We do not run them on locally because it is going to eat up a lot of resources, and or you have to buy a laptop which is very costly with a lot of it is resource exhaustive, meaning you must be having friends who are ace gamers, right? And you know that the kind of laptop used for productivity, say using typical document or Excel or mail checking, etc., is different versus the kind of laptop we are using for programming versus the kind of laptop the gamers are using, right? Though those laptops, you have to buy those laptops because those are specifically for heavy processing locally. So you have to have something like from companies like Alien Station, I suppose, or say there is few more companies, or maybe you have to buy or invest say 3 to 4 lakhs on a MacBook which has a very very high configuration. So you don't need to spend so much of money. You can go and log in to Azure or Google Cloud or say Amazon, and they give you 300 to 400 credit to be used as a first time subscription, right? You can do your experimentation there. In the meantime, you can use your uh, collab, Google Collab, right, to run your workload or run your models on Google Cloud, which is like free for some credit, and then you can pay as you want. But most of the collab services are free. You do not need such an expensive system to do your AIML, I would say, experimentation. Not at all. Yeah. So, guys, I think we are talking a lot about the generic AIML and how the industry is running and all. But I would like to, kind of come back to our main topic, how we can use Gen AI for code, right? And help you people in terms of, getting your hackathon project up and running. Any questions around that? So, in different portals like Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, they have released a lot of data set, which can be consumed by any of us. Like it's open for public, right? So if I search something like I want to, there are artificial intelligence market and education sector analysis. So this particular data set has been published by North America. Published by something a company called Technavio, right? And it has information about North America, APAC, and European region, right? And what kind of data set this particular company has published here? AI market in education sector. So how we can use AI in education sector, right? And how, what is the usage of AI in the education sector? It is also there, right? So similar way, if you want data set for your work in hackathon, right, you can go here and pull up this data set. So I have a list of data sets that you can publicly use for your project, which I will share with the level up team, and they can help you with the data set. Similar way, if you go to Amazon data set, right, so it has some of the data sets as well, just in case you want to pick something up for your it has data for the CSDL also, which is one of the uh, companies helping us in trading. So these are the different data sets you can use from here, right? So now and similar way, use this notebook LLM for your research, for collaborating, creating a mind map, creating report, video overview, quizzes, infographic, and you can also directly create a slide deck out of it, right? Do use this tool for your hackathon, or for your study as well. So now, okay, there are some questions. Avinash, when you see that, as per your experience, a Gen AI is giving wrong or outdated code, so you have to make sure that you are asking the right question or giving the right prompt to the LLM, and tell the LLM that this is a wrong code. So what happens? So you people must have read this particular point, that all the LLMs are working on attention, right? And second, reinforcement learning with human feedback loop. So what happens whenever you are logging into Gemini, Cloud, or say ChatGPT? There is a feedback mechanism happens. What happens the moment you send a text prompt in English language or in Hindi or say Arabic, any languages, whichever is your native languages, that particular prompt is going to get stored in the backend vector DB. It's a vector database, and that particular prompt is going to be broken down into embeddings. And that embeddings are going to get tallied with the existing knowledge base of the LLM, and it is going to check how much misinformation or how much missing information is there in between the prompt you have given versus whatever the LLM knows, right? And if the difference is very high, then the LLM is going to run from the question you have sent, and it is going to learn from experience, right? In the back end, this feedback loop is continuously running. As you, me, everybody is asking question, running this LLMs or running this application like Gemini and all, it is continuously improving itself from the questions you are asking. Today, suppose there is a package called ABC, which is a wrong malicious package, and you have identified and you have sent the prompt, this is a malicious package, read this particular document about this particular package, and please remove it from your coding code base. The moment you send this prompt, tomorrow if I'm trying to do similar kind of work and a similar kind of packages I need, ChatGPT will not suggest or will not use that ABC package because it has learned from the feedback loop that is implemented through your prompt, right? So that's how it is there. I will show you that on I'll show an example, Avinash, on your question. Anurag, I'm not very up to date with the hardware changes that's happening at this point in time, NPU, but I can look up this and get back to you on the same, right? Because I'm not using a physical system to do my experimentation. I primarily use the cloud infrastructure to do all the end-to-end implementation for AI/ML work. That's how we are using it in the corporate world. Yeah. So now I go back to this hackathon and let me see what kind of questions it has sorry, answers it has given to my question. So it has given me the how the prototype will look like, a step by step approach, right? How your folder should look like. So when you are creating of a structure in VS Code, let me open VS Code, right? And I will share across. Are you able to see the VS Code, guys? Let me see if VS Code is visible. So I have opened VS Code. So in VS Code, I have bunch of project, right? So this is how the file structure looks like. There would be a parent file, right, or parent folder. Then we have multiple folders in the similar manner. And why we need this? Because when we do a commit or check-in in the Git repository for our code base, right? So this folder structure matters a lot. We should be having the prettier ignore or say this pretty error code. Then we have to have the git ignore all these things needs to be there to be check in that particular git repo. So this is how the folder structure looks like. And I will go to my hackathon, this research, and it has this particular section tells us what how the project structure should be looking like. There is going to be a primary um, project folder, and in that project folder you have app.py, you have requirement.txt, then you have the core init, extract, and all other files that is required. And for everybody, depending on your project, the project structure is going to be different. In requirement text, we will have all the uh, required Python packages to be implemented. So here we are reading a CSV file, so this package is required, right? We need pandas, of course. We need to use data frame for processing. NumPy, of course, there are numbers we required. If we are uploading a PDF file, then extraction of the text from the PDF file is required. So we'll be using this particular package. Again, if you have some question or say some doubt about this particular package, coming back to one of your questions, right? What I will do, I'll go here. I will do an Ask GPT, right? And I will ask this: Is this package safe? Right? And it is going to work on it. While it is generating, let me go through the code, right? So now this is the core and the rules. So what it is trying to do, there is a approach called modularized approach. So you divide the code, it's a software engineering concept. You divide the code into multiple small pieces and create modules out of that particular code. Then you integrate all the modules together to build the application. At the end, what happens? So suppose out of the 5 teammates you have, somebody is working on the core rules, somebody is working on the other file, say extract by. So when if there is something wrong in this particular file, it is not going to impact the rest of the file, right? And creating modules of your code is the best practice you can implement for your code. And also looking at the comment section. So when the a reviewer is going to look at your code, they should be able to understand what code you have written, because you are very clear, because you are the person who's coding it. But the person who's reviewing it, a peer review, right? That person should be able to understand what this particular piece of code is telling us. So this particular code is telling us a simple extendable rules, and add more as you like. Give something better. This is like what AI generated, so these things you need to update, of course. Then so this is the one piece of code. The second is extract. So how it is going to extract from PDF or CSV file? This is what the information is given, right? This file is going to tell us, it is going to normalize extracted information. Either it's coming in a junk format, or it is might be not clear, because when the information is extracted from a PDF file, it is again going to be a OCR method, optical character recognition method. And we cannot rely that it is going to be 100% correct. It may not extract Z as Z, it may extract is as say some S, or say E can be extracted as O. So how to clean up our data? So this particular file is going to do that, correct? So now enrich. Whatever the annotations we have pulled up from our files, incoming file or input file, PDF or CSV, we are trying to clean up or beautify it, right? So now, summarize. Now, after all the beautification is done on the corpus of data we have created, a corpus of embedding we have created, that is like extracted from PDF or CSV, now we are going to summarize and present it as a table, which is a requirement given by Shreya, right? Now, after we beautify it, now we are going to create an Excel file as an output, right? And now this app. So here they are also building an UI, because of course you have to make sure when you are thinking of a product, you have to think about the UX, user experience, right? If you give just a PDF, Excel file to download and go through the thousands of Excel lines, as a user I may not be very happy, because I don't like Excel file much, and it is very time consuming and painful method to look into Excel file. So instead of that, how about building an UI? So Streamlit is one of the very what I would say latest and popular package at this point in time to create UI. Previously, it was Flask or Django. Now people are using Streamlit. If your application UI is pretty light and less processing is happening on the UI, you can go ahead with Streamlit UI as a package. But it looks beautiful, that's for sure. And now, after you put all this code and test it out, to suppose you are using VS Code, you create this architect this particular folder structure, and every you create a new file, say Python file. You you go to your browser, and whatever is the code, you just copy it from here, then go to VS Code and paste it, right? And you are going to save it app.py as per the folder structure given, and then you are going to run it. You open terminal, new terminal, and you are going to run it Python 3 app.py, and it's going to open in your local port, local.8080, and it's going to show you the UI, right? So that's how your app is going to look like. I'm not going to build the complete app because we are almost on time. I would like to interact with you more on building the the on building a particular prototype for your hackathon. So now let's look at the questions. Yeah, I could hear no and no. I did not understand. Zaid and Shreya. Okay. So, Kajal, right? You have mentioned that you are working on an automation project that can reduce the human effort and time while comparing two files and finding similarities, and where there is a change in both the files that we need to detect. So here, like how you're building this automation pipeline, are you using some kind of automation tools like, say, UiPath, or you're trying to use Python, typical coding way to automate this whole process, or you are trying to do some kind of AI ML experimentation in this? Because I do not see this particular project is falling into the AI ML side. It is purely on the automation. Automation you can do through TypeScript, Python, Go, Golang, and a lot of different languages are there. So how you're doing it? So now my question would be here. So it is a very plain use case, right? Meaning file A versus file B. We are comparing to CSV file manually, maybe copying the data from file B to file A and doing some kind of Excel calculation, and kind of doing the comparison. So how exactly ML algorithm is going to help in this particular scenario? Because we are just comparing and finding out the differences between both the table. How the ML algorithm is going to help? Pipeline is fine. We can build a pipeline using this macros on Excel as well. So what is the idea on this? Yeah, so Kajal, what I'm asking, your idea is very plain and simple, right? You have two files. you are comparing and you are finding the differences, right? If it's to Excel file, you are maybe using some Excel formulas or maybe using macros to kind of find the differences between both the files and kind of merge and create one single file. So how exactly an ML algorithm of any kinds is going to help in terms of achieving this automation? Am I clear with my question, guys? Yes. Yes. So Kajal, so this is a very important thing that you all need to understand. If you're aspiring to become a ML engineer or say data scientist after your education, right? Every problem doesn't need a machine learning algorithm to solve it, right? A very plain simple coding or very plain simple data analysis can solve the problem. So when it comes to automation, right, each and every area of automation do not need a ML algorithm for automation, because ML algorithm is for prediction or generation. With the latest, generative AI came into picture. So generation, it is about prediction and generation. So when we are automating a particular manual process, we are not predicting something. We are just trying to make sure that the human effort reduces and the process is automated. When it comes to automation as a domain, it is very much important to see what we are trying to automate. For example, I am working in the finance department or payroll department of an organization, say Google or say Microsoft. Every year, around December, February, this time, all the employees are asked to submit their IT, um, you know, IT this declarations and proof, right? Like you have bought a house, you need to submit your loan details, you have to submit your HRA, LIC policy, mutual fund details, etc., etc. So if there are 200 employees in the company, for example, think about like 200 employees is sending, say, almost 10 documents, right? Then 200 into 10 document, right? That is the amount of manual document processing that is happening at the payroll department at the end of the year, every year. Here, suppose I want to automate this whole process of checking the documents, whether the documents are compliant to the rules and regulation given by the government, RBI, tax department, and company policies. For example, HRA, if the HRA is beyond 8,333 rupees, we have to submit the PAN card of the owner as well, right? So if the PAN card is attached or not, right? So that is like at this point in time manual. I, as a payroll processor, I would open the document of 200 employee one at a time, and I'll verify each and everything. So now if I want to automate this process, do I really need a ML model? A question to you. I want to understand, do you think that I need an ML model to automate this whole manual process of document checking? Yes, no. Think and answer. I'll give you 30 seconds. The plain simple answer is no. I do not need a ML model in this situation, because neither I'm generating anything nor I'm predicting anything. All I'm doing, implementing some bunch of rules, checks and balances, and match up with a particular list. So here it's a pure programming approach, and decision rule engine I'll be implementing using some kind of programming language, maybe Java, .NET, or Python. Python is always going to be easy because it has a lot of libraries to process the text data, OCR, right? So OCR packages is going to extract the information. It is going to save in the backend table. Then you are going to match with a particular metadata table, and that is going to match up with the extra information, and it is going to give you a final output. If PAN card is attached, yes, no. If and there is going to be a final summary, and then as a payroll person, I will look at the document and I will uh, accept or reject, or I'll send for a clarification, right? That's how it should be done, the automation. So where ML comes into picture when it comes to automation. So this is a little bit high level information, but let me still come back so that I'll give you some food for thought in this session today, right? As you are experimenting in a lot of ideas in your hackathon, this is also going to be a helpful point, especially to research on a later point in time, maybe, right? So when we are deploying a particular infrastructure, when I talk about an infrastructure, it can be a cloud infrastructure. So Azure has its own cloud implementation, right? To implement that particular cloud services, anything in that cloud services, that particular uh, cloud, all the components needs to be put in a data center. Data centers are there across the world, across the globe, right? There are suppose 200 data centers across the world, right? And any data center that goes down, it is going to hamper the cloud services for Azure, right? So now the Microsoft team or the cloud team has to make sure that all the data centers are up and running and it is not impacting any services. In this situation, what they can do, some predictive measures they can take is that they can create an ML model or combination of ML model as a solution to predict if a particular data center is going to fail in coming 1 month, and be ready. And if there is a if there is such kind of a chance, then it is going to send a early warning sign, EWS, right? The moment that warning goes to the cloud team, it is going to go and repair any services that is going to fail in coming 1 month. In this way, cloud team has stopped a failure to happen. It has stopped all the revenue loss. It has uh, fixed the problem before it has occurred. This is called predictive maintenance in the world of manufacturing as well, and it is called observability in the world of cloud infrastructure. There is a concept called AI ops, monitoring the infrastructure using a ML model, a bunch of ML model, automating the pipelines or observability pipelines using AI is called AI ops. This is where AI comes into picture. So when it comes to automation as a domain, AI is a part of it, not all of it. But when you talk about designing a system to predict something or generate something, AI is the main component. Automation comes in and around as a software engineering principle. So when we are using this kind of application, say this chat GPT, right, or say notebook LLM, right, or say cloud. So here the LLM in the backend is GPT 5.2. But to make this LLM, sorry, GPT 5.2, to make this LLM up and running and make this application Chat GPT consumable to user or giving a good user experience, there is lot of software engineering principle is there in the back. For example, right, chatgpt.com, it is hosted somewhere, so there is a cloud principle comes into picture. This is my access token for that particular chat I am doing, right? This is like how to provision different GPT models in this particular application. Chat GPT is the application, GPT 5.2 is the LLM. Mindful about that, right? Here I am trying to add people, how to do collaboration. right? This is software engineering principle. Share, software engineering principle again, right? But when it comes to generation of this information, this is happening on in backend. The prompt is sent to this particular LLM, and the answer is taken back and shown on the UI. That is software engineering. Sending to that particular LLM, it's again software engineering. But what is happening within the LLM, how it is working on the generation of this results, is what ML engineering. So software engineering and ML engineering goes hand in hand. There is no
Ma'am,
difference in this. Yeah. We
ma'am,
Are
sorry
we
to
over time?
interrupt, but
Yeah.
actually
Yeah.
we have a session from 12 o'clock.
Okay, sure, sure, Shreya. Yeah, I think we are over time, but yeah. So this is what I wanted to share today. All right, guys, and I hope it was helpful. And let me know if you have any questions. Just ping me up in LinkedIn. Right? Happy to help. Sure,
Okay,
guys. Thank
ma'am,
you.
if you have
Thanks for.
any so that you want to share, we have a Discord channel, so you can like share those resources
Sure.
over there so that students can access it afterwards.
Okay, sure. Sounds fine with me.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for the session.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Bye. Have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, guys, so now back to our blockchain track. We are pleased to have again a familiar and highly respected mentor joining us once again in our blockchain track. Please welcome back Mr. Amit Chandra, sir. As you may know, he is the Vice President of Blockchain and Digital Governance with extensive experience in leading statewide blockchain programs for government and driving large scale strategy and delivery. His expertise spans CBDCs, tokenization, Web3, and he brings rich industry experience from organizations like EY, IBM, Capgemini, and NTT Data. We're excited to continue learning from his insights. Welcome back, sir. Thank you so much for joining. You can start with the session.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for welcoming me and giving my introduction. Yesterday also I've taken one session that is on tokenization, and continuing to that is the NFT session today, which I'm going to take. Uh, so I will quickly go ahead and start the presentation so that it will be easier for you to correlate, and you can ask me any questions if you have. So let's. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, okay. I somehow left the session. So let me see how I can share the screen. Okay, just give me a second. Where is that sharing the screen option? I think the present is something. Okay, I got that. Okay, fine. So first of all, welcome everyone, and thanks for joining the today's session, and hopefully this session will give you the brief about the blockchain, the NFT, which you have heard about a lot, and along with that, this NFT word is buzzing a lot into the market. That what this is all about and how to utilize this in a proper way. Yesterday, I've covered the tokenization, and this is the subset of the tokenization where I am going to talk about that how this particular product or a word is going to buzz the market. So, thank you all. Welcome to the NFT Beyond Art Real World Use Cases. My name is Amit Chandra. I am a technology solution advisor, especially in blockchain. This is my introduction. You can follow me in LinkedIn. I am the Vice President, Blockchain and Digital Transformation, with more or less 17 plus years of experience working with government, private enterprises, and other stakeholders. I have worked with EY, IBM, NTT Data, Capgemini. In that, I have provided solutions on various technology, and out of that, blockchain is my specialization. One of my biggest achievement is that I worked for government of Rajasthan, and over there, the blockchain ready state, I have entirely handled that particular part, where I make that state ready to accept the blockchain, where it started from the zero, and then now the state is accepting this technology with various kind of use cases. During the time spending to government of Rajasthan, I got an opportunity to train around 7,000 plus working professional along with the student, and also I worked with closely working with the government entities, the government officials, that is the secretary, IT, technology director, all explaining them about the blockchain technology and how effectively that could be used into the various department. I am also part of a advisor to various PSU, public service unit, that is STPI FIRE. I am a part of Hyperledger Fabric. I am part of various IIT IIMs, giving the sessions to them. So that's my small introduction to all of you. Now I quickly jump into the NFT session. So first of all, this particular slides talk about the NFT misconceptual, that what we say talk about NFT. When we see NFT, we are always see it as a kind of digital art, because that is how the thing has been presented to us. We think that if there is any kind of shoes, art, any kind of watches, that could be converted into NFT, and that could be sellable to the market as a non-fungible token. But that is not the case, because NFT is farther beyond on that, because we have to first understand about the concept of this particular term NFT. Okay, it has a great value in the supply chain verification, identity management, all kind of financial transaction, and various kind of sectors. First of all, we have to remove this confusion of NFT correlating with any kind of particular unique kind of expensive product, and considering it as a part of the NFT product. So this entire session is based on that only. Okay. Now, first of all, we have to understand that what are NFTs, understanding non-fungible token, and how it is correlated with the blockchain technology. So non-fungible token, as I explained on my previous session also, that it's a kind of unique identity given to a digital asset, and this unique identity given is for the metadata of that particular asset. When I say about a metadata, suppose I have an expensive watch of 10 crore rupees. So how I will say that that 10 crore rupees I am the owner of that? Okay, so I will have some certain kind of certificate, I will have the detail of those particular watches, I will have some kind of authority document with me which says that okay, I am the owner of that particular watch. Now what how it is related to blockchain? It is related to blockchain is that all those document, okay, all those document which are very important, and which says that okay, I am the owner of that precious product, that need to be kept in somewhere where no one will able to alter that particular document or the metadata. Okay, if we say that we keep it into a centralized database, and we make sure that okay, it is not going to be updated by anyone, that's fine. But we have to think in one point, that that particular centralized database where we say that okay, I assure that this data will not be changeable and no one will able to alter that. But then also, as a customer point of view, you will have to be dependent on a particular entity who will have the entire control of that particular database. Okay, along with that, if somehow that particular database get compromised, what will happen? Okay, so this shows the trust, this shows the trust of the customer. And in order to increase the trust of the customer, why not to think in such a way that rather than keeping the data into single place, why not to keep the data into multiple places? Okay, but Here also one thing come is that in the case of centralized database also, we keep the data into multiple places. Okay, hot and cold, what we say. For a disaster recovery, one server is over here and another server we are keeping on some other city. And we can say that, okay, the database or the product asset is not in kept in one place, it is kept in different places. But we have to understand that how these both database are getting updated. Both of these database are getting updated with a single database. Okay, one is the owner database, which is sending the data to its child database, which is keeping the database for the safer side. So there is always a chance that both this database should be compromised. Now think of in a blockchain point of view, where we have a multiple machines, multiple servers, okay, multiple database, we have multiple database. And the potential or the benefit of blockchain over here is that all the database are uniquely separated from each other, but then also the ledger are in sync. Okay, it means that they are acting as a twins server. Okay, if something is happening into one server, that immediately reflect to the other server, and without the approval of the other server, the first server will not able to do anything. Okay, so it says that it require a kind of consortium of the ecosystem in order to update any kind of transaction. Now the second question is that it might be possible that I can go and change my own database. Who will know? In blockchain, that is not possible, because if you go and change your database through an API also, then whenever the transaction is going to happen, it will ask an approval from all the stakeholder who are part of that ecosystem. And when it is going to ask for a permission, then other ecosystem will also able to understand that something is going wrong into the ecosystem and that need not to be approved. So that where the power is. Now one can also think that, okay, I can go to the backend and I can change the database. No, that is also not possible, because in blockchain the transaction are encrypted in such a way with the concept of Merkle tree, that if you are going to change any single data, then the entire chain will get corrupted. And if the entire chain will get corrupted, when a new transaction is going to happen, then it will come to your chain also, and it will say that, okay, the chain has been corrupted, and other stakeholder will able to know that something has wrong happened into the database. There, that's where the power of blockchains come into picture. Now when we say about NFT, first of all we have to understand that what is all about NFT is non fungible token. It means a unique identity of a particular asset. The asset could be anything. The asset could be a kind of land also, the asset could be my bond also, the asset could be a particular art, watch, any precious thing which I want to keep the unique identity. That is called the NFT. But unlike cryptocurrency, each NFT process distinct characteristic and cannot be changed on one-to-one basis. It means that suppose I have an NFT and I skipped on a sale. I say that, okay, the value of this NFT is 1 Bitcoin. So with the exchange of Bitcoin only, I will able to transfer the ownership of that particular NFT to the other name, and this transaction will also get recorded into the blockchain. Now, how this particular buy, sale, the details, the conditions of the NFT are being, okay, we say that, okay, the transaction is getting stored into the online ledger in a secure manner. But whenever an NFT is getting published, there might be certain kind of conditions. Okay, it means that suppose I want that this NFT should be sellable for 124 hours. This NFT price should not go below this or could not go beyond this. All these kind of conditions which need to be put against the NFT in order to support the NFT. That is a kind of smart contract or a business logic, and that need to be code into a smart contract and need to be deployed into the blockchain. So suppose I go to a website, I have seen that there is a particular land and that land is in a part of an NFT and I want to purchase those land, and I see that there are certain conditions. Okay, and if you are not meeting the condition, then I will not able to purchase those particular NFT land. Okay, because it will check the smart contract and see that whether I meet the entire condition or not. If you are not meeting, then it will say no, you are not meeting the condition and you are not supposed to purchase this particular NFT land. The same goes to the Rolls Royce, all the Porsche, all Ferrari kind of cars, okay, which are there. There are certain criteria of purchasing those cars. It asks for the income, it asks for the background, it asks for how much love you have for the car. You have to give all the evidence, and based on that only they will do the background verification, and they will give you the approval that whether you are able to purchase those car or not. Now think of that, all those car are listed in a kind of website, okay, and from there you want to purchase, then you upload all the document in a secure manner, and you will be able to get to know in real time that whether you are able to purchase it or not, because it will compare with the smart contract immediately, and it will give you a result on an immediate basis that okay, you are not eligible to purchase that, or you are eligible to purchase. So few of the characteristic of blockchain over here is uniqueness. So when we talk about NFT, as I said, that it's a digital asset, okay, which is kept in blockchain, and when it is kept in blockchain, it is always a unique. Okay, the metadata which are kept in blockchain are unique, because no one will able to alter those particular metadata once that is locked, and that logic need to be put into when the NFT is going to be published into the chain. Alter means the existing transaction will not able to change. Update need to be done, update can be done, okay. Individuality cannot be divided into smaller unit. Nowadays there are cases where a particular flat, okay, if I talk about expensive flat in Mumbai and it is of 30 crore, then those are divided into smaller units, and you have the shares on purchasing a smaller unit of that particular part, and you will be owner of that particular flat. Okay, so that kind of tokenization is also there. Verifiable ownership, blockchain provide the transparent, immutable record, because whenever you purchase a small unit, or whenever you purchase an entire art or watch, anything, then your metadata will get stored into the blockchain, and later on, if anyone wants to verify, they can verify it into the blockchain. So it's give a unique kind of verifiable credential. Now, nowadays, one more thing comes into blockchain is that okay, I submitted all my details. I submitted my name, address, Aadhaar card, phone number, everything. Okay. And now when anyone wants to verify that who the person is who is purchasing that particular NFT, the owner of that NFT, then in that case, we can use the concept of zero knowledge proof over here, which is also in a part of a blockchain, where it says that the amount of parameter which I'm going to share as a owner of that identity, I will share. For example, someone want to ask that whether my income is greater than 10 lakhs or not. Okay, so I will not share with him the entire salary slip or form 16 with him to let him know that okay, I'm reaching more than 10 lakhs. Okay, in that case, what I will do, I will just only mention yes or no. That's so what I will do in this case is that I will give all my details to the blockchain. So with the help of zero knowledge proof, the customer will raise a sorry, the NFT owner will ask me that whether my salary is greater than 10 lakhs or not, and through the smart contract, it will just say that okay, it is greater than 10 lakhs or not more than that, yes or no. So that kind of self-sovereign identity is getting used in blockchain. Interoperability is that how this NFT data could be transferred into some other platforms. This is very important, because suppose there is a company, I've given the example of Ferrari or Rolls Royce, and they want to build certain kind of NFT. They have their existing application which they are using for a long time, for years and years, and we if we go and directly say okay, go and change the application and use our application, they will not agree. Okay, so we have to build our solution in such a way that it should be easily integrated into their existing application, and whatever their purpose is, that is getting solved. Okay, in the terms of dashboard, yes, the dashboard and other things which we can give them. Okay, but that too depend upon seeing the transaction, but the core functionality of that particular application should not get changed, otherwise they will not accept the product. Okay, programmatically is something, the smart contract which I just told you, that with the NFT we have certain condition on that how the NFT should behave, whether anyone is going able to purchase or not, that need to be done into a smart contract deployed into the blockchain. Now, this is very interesting to see that the NFT market explosion, and there are around 65 billion in trading volume and key statistics. So this I get to know from the Google, the social media platform, is that the NFT market trading volume has reached 65 billion in 2021 to 23, whereas there are active wallet daily enterprise. There are 500 companies which are interested in building such a kind of NFT, and they are looking for a solid solution. Okay, reframing NFT as digital trust infrastructure. So when we talk about NFT, it should be verifiable, it should be immutable, and it should be secure digital record. When we talk about a verifiable, it means that when we say about NFT in blockchain, I can easily verify the authenticity of the particular product. Okay, and if it is, whether it is in blockchain or not blockchain, that does not matter. But what is matter is that I can able to verify that particular NFT asset. Okay, and once I verify, then I should trust the data. Okay, and the trust will only come when the platform says that the integrity of the data has been maintained in the entire life cycle, and that will only be possible with the help of immutable. Okay, so blockchain provides that feature along with that secure digital record. When we secure digital record, it says that cryptographically secured digital record means all the transactions are encrypted and that are being kept into the particular online database, and without the approval no one will able to see the data. Okay, so it's a kind of, what I will say, it's a kind of digital identity. It's just removing the risk of compromising the data. Okay, now tokenization concept, as I said, that tokenization are of two type. One is a physical asset, another one is the digital asset. Tokenization as allows physical asset, right? Real asset or art. Okay, that what I've said, right? Real asset is, suppose I have a property of 10 crore and I want to digitalize that 10 crore property. So I will do the tokenization of that and I will kept into the blockchain. Okay, so in a secure manner. And how I'm going to keep how I'm going to do the tokenization of that particular asset is with the help of all the document which are associated with that asset. I'm going to put it into the blockchain, the hash copy of that particular document into the blockchain, so that for years and years also, it will not be tampered. Okay. Another one is the digital asset. Digital asset is the gaming, the icons. You can see in the screens that I have used few of the icons. Okay, I have used those icons from some of a platform only, right? So those icons has been made by a company, and if they want to secure this kind of icons, they will create an NFT of that, and whenever they will just claim, then no one will able to say that okay, I own this other, because the other company who has created this particular icon, they will have all the document into the blockchain and they can go to the, they can take a legal action based on this. So this kind of digital asset which I'm talking about, my song, if I compose some music, I compose some song, if there are some digital art, if I have some company brand or name, that those all things I can tokenize. Now, smart contract, as I said, that smart contract go hands on hands with the tokenization, because the metadata we kept in blockchain, that is fine. That says that okay, your particular asset is in blockchain. Now, if you want to inbuild certain kind of rules and regulations for the consumer or for the customer, so that they can view, or if they met the criteria, they can have those particular assets. So those defined rules should be added as a part of a smart contract into the blockchain. Along with that, when those certain kind of agreement matches, for example, if I say that my salary is 10 lakhs, and then only the transaction will happen, and when I say that okay, when I submit all my document and that is being verified at the back end, and then it automatically execute the agreement, okay, it has got 10 lakhs of package, so okay, the transaction is valid, it can be done. So that kind of agreement, okay, between the customer and buyer need to be done, and that need to be added into as a part of a smart contract into the blockchain. So smart contract is written once and deployed into the blockchain. After that, it is not changed multiple times. Okay, only when required, or when certain rules get changed, then only the smart contract are getting changed. Otherwise, it's a kind of business logic which is securely deployed into the blockchain. Now, when I talk about a blockchain, where we are talking about a tokenization, we are talking about a blockchain. So it's very important to understand that what's a blockchain technology is all about. Yesterday also I've covered the same thing. It's a kind of distributed ledger technology, which is working in a decentralized network in a secure, transparent, tamper-proof manner. Decentralized network, it means that no one is owning that particular network. Everyone has participated to make sure that data integrity, the ecosystem is working fine. And when we say about a distributed ledger, it means that every stakeholder who are part of the decentralized network will have a copy of that ledger. And that ledger is secure, transparent, and tamper proof. Secure means you will not able to alter those particular transaction which has been done. Transparent, it means that if something has happened in one particular server, it will immediately reflect the same to the other stakeholder will immediately able to know at a real time. Tamper proof, as I said, it's a cryptographically chain kind of transaction happened which with the help of Merkle tree, so no one will able to edit that one. So the few of the features which is being provided by blockchain are shared, trusted without intermediate. It means that in order to build the trust in the centralized system, we need some authority who says that, okay, you trust on me, and I say that whatever the transaction which is getting performed into the ecosystem, that is correct. And for that we take legal help, we onboard auditor, we onboard CA, we onboard lot of consultant who make sure that, okay, whatever the things which are going on, the business which is going on, it is going on based on the rules, regulations, and particular the whatever the agreement has been done. But for that they charge a lot, this intermediate charge a lot, and you have to pay a lot of money for that, because each stakeholder will have their own auditor. They will not trust the auditor of other stakeholder. Okay, because the other stakeholder is paying money to the auditor, why this stakeholder is going to trust that particular auditor? So every stakeholder will keep their own auditor, they will keep their own CA who will look into all the transaction, and later on they will reconcile and say that whether the transaction happened properly or not. So but for that, lot of monies are involved, lot of time it take to reconcile the entire transaction. With the help of blockchain, as everything is in a decentralized, the transaction are getting updated at a real time into the different stakeholder ledger where, so there is no need of intermediate. One auditor is enough who will come, who will check any of the ledger and say, okay, the transaction which has been performed, I have seen all the transaction, all are reconciled, and I can see that, okay, it's working fine. And if there is any kind of mistake, then he will immediately let the other stakeholder knows that, okay, I can see this kind of mistake into the ledger, you correct that one. So there is no need to check each and every database or of each and every stakeholder database in this case. Single source of truth, as I said, that the auditor will go to a single stakeholder, he will pull the data from that, and he will get to know that what type of transaction it is. The reconciliation process immediately get reduced drastically. Immutable and integrity, as I said, that as it is a decentralized, it means that the data should be immutable, because when the data is immutable, then only the integrity of the ecosystem will maintain. Okay, if anyone will go and change the data, then where is the integrity? The integrity is nowhere. Okay, no one believe or no one trust that particular data. The auditor will also not trust that particular data by looking into the stakeholder database. Okay, transparent with control, it means transparent with control means, as it is a decentralized, everything is going happening in a real time, so the auditor can go to the any stakeholder, or at a real time the other stakeholder ownership, other stakeholder senior leadership can go and see that what is happening into the ecosystem, rather than he don't have to call to the other stakeholder and say, okay, you haven't sent me the data, I'm not able to see that one, I'm going to perform this operation. Okay, they will say, okay, I'm sending you the data through mail, I'm sending you the data from, okay, wait for 1 hour, our database is getting updated, you will get to know. So it delays the entire business process. Okay, so the other stakeholder will immediately go and check his database and see, okay, this particular transaction has happened. If not happened, then he immediately call the other stakeholder and say, you haven't performed this operation, why I'm not able to see that one? The other stakeholder will say, no, I did this transaction, you are not able to see. He will say, no, we are in a decentralized network, and it's a ecosystem, so all are happening in a real time, so you are not saying the truth. Okay, so perform the operation and let me know that whether it is performed or not. So this kind of transparency with control will happen. Reduce reconciliation and dispute, as I said, that the database are in sync, So reconciliation will done automatically, and which will nowadays with the reconciliation will take a month for a particular organization at the year end or the at a quarter end or at a half yearly. It will pass on from 1 month or 2 months. It will reduce it to only 10 days or 1 week. It will take less than that only. Auditability and compliance through the smart contract, it will make sure that the compliance are getting followed, and auditability will be done. Okay. Program trust, as I mentioned, that smart contract itself are immutable. Once we have written a smart contract, once we have written the logic and we have all the approval of the stakeholder, once we deploy the smart contract, that smart contract is immutable. No one will able to change that one. For changing that smart contract, it require approval from all the stakeholder. So that's why it gives a kind of trust at the core level of the particular platform. I'm audible, right? Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Now let's focus on the supply chain management tools. Okay, tracking goods. So in the case of supply chain management, the goods which we are means packaging and then shifting it from one location to another, that goods can also be an NFT. Okay. So, and the NFT is basically we can tokenize that particular product and increase that unique identity in the case of transparency and real time tracking of the goods through the various stage. Authenticity. Okay, once that goods has been produced, suppose a precious watch which has been manufactured in the in Rolex company, and they build the NFT of that and they supply it. Okay, they supply it to India, to Ambani's. Okay, the entire supply chain will get tracked, and when the and Ambani will receive that Rolex watch which is worth of 10 crore, then he can verify the authenticity of that particular watch. Okay, that could be a kind of token over here. Okay. Digital identity, your identity itself is a kind of token. I have my Aadhaar card with me, but whenever I go to any kind of hotel or whenever I go to any kind of any places, I used to show my identity, and within that identity all the details are there. Okay. Now it's very important that we unique you that identity should be unique, and we keep that into a on-chain database, and we can use those identity whenever it is required. Okay. But in this case, it's very important that do we have to expose all the details of those identity? No, that is not required. You might have seen the DigiYatra app. Okay. So in the DigiYatra, what happened that you register on those DigiYatra, you give your Aadhaar card, you have your selfie that is being verified with the DigiLocker, and your identity gets stored into a wallet. Now, what happened that suppose I am traveling tomorrow, I have the boarding pass. I am going to upload my boarding pass into the DigiYatra, and my unique identity will get created for that particular tomorrow traveler. When I reach to the airport, then I don't have to show any Aadhaar card or any kind of identity. I just have to. It will scan my face, and it will get me. It will open the gate for me, and I can reach out to the sitting area. That's the power of a technology. Okay, that's the power of a technology, and all these things are getting done with the help of blockchain only. Okay. And this can be done into it centralized, but again I say that if you think that the data will be kept secure, then that's fine. But if you think that okay, the data will need to be compromised and you need an additional layer of security, then blockchain is the best part. So managing access, that I can manage the access, whom I can share, whom I want to share the digital identity for example, in the case of KYC verification, we are getting lot of calls in our phone. Does those calls are required in a phone? No, we don't want that call. We are getting lot of personal loan and every calls over there. So we have to design a kind of mechanism where whoever we give them access, they will able to reach out to us. Okay. And these all things are written into the DPDA and other compliance and rules of the government, that how effectively the company is managing your identity, whether they are sharing their identity with third party or not, whether whenever you want you will be able to delete those identity. Okay. So those digital identity can be kept in the form of NFT. Intellectual property, as I said already, the copyright management, because for example, suppose I have a property, I have a land, and I have the for in this sorry in this case it's all about the copyright management. Is suppose I have composed a song and I've taken the copyright of that and I want to keep it securely into the blockchain. So that copyright management along with that licensing control, I have the license of that particular product and I want to store it into the blockchain. I want to store the unique copy of that particular license. For example, licensing could be any kind of licensing. It could be a kind of I got a license of what I will say petrol pump. Okay, I got a license of petrol pump in which all the details are there. I want to keep it securely into a blockchain so that later on I can use it. It might be possible if I keep the hard copy, it can be stolen by anyone or it can be forged by anyone. So I will keep it into a blockchain and that will be compliant by the government agency. And whenever I see that someone has claimed my petrol pump, I can go to this particular platform having the blockchain and I can file a case in the police station that someone is claiming that the petrol pump is of him. Okay, and the police and the legal team can come and they can look into the platform and see, okay, it has been owned by me only, and I have all the licenses which has been issued by the government agency, and that government agency is a part of that ecosystem. So in that way the case will get resolved immediately, which take years and years. Healthcare use cases, the patient data sharing, those are also kind of the patient data. Suppose I I I have something unique on with me. Okay, so and for example, if I say that the footballer, the cricketer, the singer, all those celebrity have something unique in them, and they want to patent their particular data, then they can do that one, and based on the agreement only they can share those data. Okay, real estate transaction, as I said, property ownership and title transfer. Okay, the property ownership, I am the owner of a property, I want to keep it into a blockchain as a non-fungible token, and which proves my ownership of the property. And when I sell that particular property, the buyer could verify those particular ownership details into a single platform, and all the transaction will be happen, and that is a compliance verified platform with the help of government agency. Title transfer, it means that once the property, once the buyer is shown interest to purchase the property and I get the money, and all those transactions will be written into the blockchain, and after that the important work comes that I need to transfer the title to the buyer. At that time those transactions will be kept into the blockchain. Government services, land registry, the registration of the land can be kept into the blockchain. The voting ID, my voter ID, okay, that could be a kind of token, okay, a unique token which I can kept into the blockchain, because voter ID is very precious, and we can see that how forgery is happening in the case of voter ID. So what we can do is that in order to issue the voter ID as a token, the entire process can be kept into the blockchain as a transaction. Who has approved, what are the document has been taken to issue the voter ID, and what time this voter ID is created. All those metadata can be kept into the blockchain, and when I go to any center to cast a vote, that token will be verified. Suppose I will have a wallet with the QR code. Okay, suppose I have a wallet of voter and that has a QR code. I will go to the center, it will have a machine, I will just scan, I will keep my machine over there, it will scan the QR code, or it will just scan my face, and it will verify that okay, I have the valid voter ID or not, and the entire process will be done. The same with the digiyatra. You take the digiyatra example and you just replica that to the voting system, you will get to know that what I am talking about. Okay, decentralized finance, it's about the collateralization. It means lending, or it's giving user lock to the digital asset. Suppose I want to take some loan on one of my property, then that is a kind of I have to keep my property into the bank, and based on that only I will get the loan. So that particular loan document can be kept as a tokenized way, and when I repay the payment, then tokenized will get closed. Automatic landing is it's come in the case of cross border payment or trade finance. During the trade finance, the letter of credit and all those things. For example, suppose I have to export one a consignment to Europe, and Europe customer wants that consignment. Okay, and the entire business is of suppose 1 crore. The entire consignment is of 1 crore, but at this moment I will not have an 1 crore. Okay, the thing is that so how I will trust someone who is sitting in Europe and he is asking for a consignment of 1 crore from me, a product of 1 crore of me. So if I send that consignment to him, and if he somehow don't send me the money of 1 crore, then I will have a huge financial loss. So why I'm going to take that one? So in this case, what happened, the two banks comes into picture, the Bank of Europe and the Bank of India come into picture. And that the buyer will go to the bank and say that, okay, hey, I want to purchase 1 crore of product from a particular uh, exporter in India, and for that I need a letter of credit. And the bank will see all the details of the buyer, and then he will issue a then the bank will issue a letter of credit. Those letter of credit will send directly to the bank of the exporter. Okay, in India, the exporter will present that letter of credit into the bank, and that particular exporter bank will issue a money to the particular, sorry, the European bank will issue the money to the Bank of India. Okay, it's a kind of agreement between the two bank. And when the seller sends the a consignment from India, okay, sends the consignment from India as export that, and when the buyer import that one into this European area, and when all the condition are met, okay, then only the money will get transferred from both the bank, and the buyer and seller agreement will be done. So in this way, how the automatic lending will be done. So these all kind of smart contract can be, all those kind of document related can be a part of this kind of tokenization. Gaming and NFT, it's all talk about the rare item trading. Suppose I have a game, and within that game there are some reward point trading. That's all about. Okay, use case ticketing, secure verifying. Okay, it means that NFT provide a robust platform for secure ticket verification. It means that there is a ticket. Nowadays, we know that Messi has came to India, and uh, to watch him, the tickets price are 10 lakhs, and 10 lakhs. I don't know, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 is there the ticket, the price of the ticket, and to click one photo with him is costs very lakh. Okay, so all those tickets, high expensive ticket, could be tokenized and kept into this blockchain, and through a wallet it could be transferred. So no need to carry the hard copy of that ticket along with you, and somehow it get fallen anywhere and misplaced, then you will have a huge loss. Rather than that, keep those tickets into your wallet, and it will be easily verified at the venue, and you will be able to get the access. Royalty distribution, it means that how the royalty, suppose the same, I'm taking the same example, Messi comes India, and based on that there are multiple advertiser are there are multiple sponsors are there are multiple management team are there who are involved in that entire event. So how the royalty distribution will be happened, that could be put it as a part of smart contract into the blockchain, and whenever the condition are met, the royalty will get distributed. Okay, so that kind of royalty, along with that when any, suppose Sonu Nigam has launched a has sang a song, okay, which get a huge success, and he has been fighting for a long time that he need a royalty on this song. Okay, you might have seen that some song, Arjit Singh songs, are hitting into the YouTube, and that are getting published into the T series, and the T series are making lot of money. But what the singer is getting? Nothing. The singer is not getting anything. They are getting only the revenue or the price of that particular song. So what they can do is that they can sign an agreement as a royalty based, and based on that royalty, they can give the how many, whatever the success that a particular song will made, they will get the reward of that. The same goes to nowadays heroes. Okay, whatever the heroes are, you might have seen that Amir Khan, Saruk Khan, all others works on a royalty based. Okay, whatever the the movie makes profit, they will get the royalty of that. Okay, that all those things can be done into in a secure manner into a blockchain, so that later on the dispute will not happen. No one will say that, okay, I haven't got the royalty. I have been told that if the movie got hit, I will get 100 crore. Now I'm getting only 50 crore. Now he will go to the legal agency showing him the paper, all those things, but the court will say, okay, it's a hard copy, how I can believe that one? Then he will hire some legal some advocate. The advocate will come into picture, he will verify it into the court. Lot of process are involved in verifying, and it will take a lot of time. So now keeping securely into a blockchain where the agency can prove that, okay, it could not be tampered, and that this is the parameter, because what we are saying that it could not be tampered, these are the features of blockchain. Okay, so over there the process will get much simpler, and the issue will get resolved. Loyalty program, unique reward, exclusive access, reward points. We know the reward points. So from all those discussion, I hope you are clear that what I'm talking about over here, that unique reward and exclusive access. Okay, charitable donation is also very important. We don't know the tracking of an charitable donation, transparency in charitable giving. Okay, so suppose there is some tsunami comes, and because of which the NGO wants some money, so they can tokenize that particular event, and based on that tokenization of that event, they can take a charity from various platform, various people, and all those can be tracked to that particular tokenized way, so to reduce the fraud. Okay, you can see over here that a few of the example are luxury authentication, luxury handbags, Louis Vuitton, and those kind of premium handbags which comes in a 10 lakh, 20 lakhs, 1 crore. So the authenticity certificate icons, blockchain technology, secure verification, all those luxury item can be kept into the blockchain. Secure reward, government buildings, digital security, document management. Government buildings, there are so many government buildings can be kept as a tokenized way. Digital security and document management. Decentralized domain names and logos are very important. You might have seen the logo of Mahindra. Okay, earlier the logo and now the logo, there are huge difference, and there is a quality in the new logo. Okay, so to make that logo, it is quite expensive. So those kind of, and there are agencies who are making logos, and they are selling it into the market. So they can kept those logos as a unique token into the blockchain, and they can send. Domain management, suppose I have a domain and I thought of a domain, and I registered those domain into one of a platform. Okay, GoDaddy, I registered those domain into the GoDaddy, so the other people will not able to claim those particular domain. So those all things can be done into with the help of blockchain, because GoDaddy portal can be integrated with the blockchain, and anyone who purchase the domain from GoDaddy, the transaction will be kept into the blockchain, and when other party will able to claim that, they will not able to do that one, because it is in blockchain. So GoDaddy can be integrated with the blockchain along with the other platform. Okay, carbon credit trading, this is also very important. The carbon credit icon, this is something that uh, is a very vast topic, and if I get a chance, then I will give you a detailed training on the detailed session on this carbon credit trading. It means that how much carbon dioxide we are consuming. Okay, so whenever there is a steel factory or any big factory, they used to release lot of carbon into the atmosphere, but there is a condition with the government that whatever the carbon they are releasing into the environment, they have to consume that one also. They have to showcase the certificate for that, otherwise a huge penalty will be enforced on them. So in that way, they are just releasing so many carbon, and they don't have that much of area, and this carbon can be consumed only with a densely forest. Okay, so what happened that the other agency, okay, they used to grow trees. Okay, they have their areas. For example, in Maharashtra there are kokan areas. Okay, but in Mumbai there are factories, in Pune there is factory, but the trees are there into the kokan area. So the kokan area will have a place where some person will have suppose 2000 trees. So that 2000 trees will generate oxygen into the atmosphere. So he will go to the government agency and he will take a carbon credit, or he will take a, certificate from the government that I'm giving that much of oxygen into the atmosphere. The same, this particular company which is releasing carbon into the atmosphere, they will go to the government and say that, okay, we are releasing that much of carbon, and the government will say, okay, you are releasing that much of carbon, now you need that how much oxygen you are producing. Then that company will connect with this person who is really releasing oxygen with this 2000 plant or trees, and both will come together. They will discuss, they will have an agreement, and that particular person will share the oxygen to this particular carbon company, and that carbon credit certificate will be shown to the government that, okay, I have consumed that much, I have released that much of oxygen also into the market, so I have consumed that much of carbon. Okay, and that big company will pay to that person. So this is the entire, in a short way, the carbon credit trading goes on, and it is in high boom nowadays. Okay, that could also be tokenized. So current NFT cap is around 40 billion, is that, and it is kept on growing. And in recent news also, you might have seen that one of a politician has mentioned into the parliament that they need to tokenize the asset, so that it provide the authenticity of that particular digital document. Okay, so that's how it is growing, and with the help of CBDC, with the help of other awareness which has been currently going on with the government, soon you will see this tokenized. And the best success story is the DG Yatra. Okay, the DG Yatra success story is there, based on which the other government has the confidence on this blockchain, and they're trying to implement it. So one of the biggest challenge, as I said, is the regulatory uncertainty, because everyone think blockchain as a cryptocurrency. The government also think that, okay, blockchain is a cryptocurrency, and I have also faced the same problem when I worked for the government sector, because everyone says that, okay, blockchain, cryptocurrency is a blockchain, and it's a kind of not a legal tender, and no government is supporting. Why we are going to believe that one? It takes a lot of time to make them believe that cryptocurrency is a part of blockchain, and it is not a blockchain, and blockchain has far beyond capacity, or far beyond features which make it is a real acceptance. So for that can only be done with the help of awareness program, sandbox, giving them a sandbox, giving them use cases, MVP product, so that they will use, and they will try and see that, okay, it has that potential. And along with that, government also brings some regulations out of this, that, okay, the securing the data is very important nowadays. Securing the data in a decentralized network is important. Once that will come, then the adoption will definitely increase. Okay, security vulnerability is that, you need to check that, see, blockchain will always secure your data, but the thing is that the outer layer of that blockchain, that is the backend layer or the front end, that need to also be secured, so that hacker will not able to perform any kind of hacking. Because once he is able to perform, then the blockchain will only store that one. Okay, so you need to make sure that not unwanted data should get recorded into the blockchain. Okay, adoption phase one. If you're adopting, if you want to adopt uh, NFT or tokenization, if you want to work on an tokenization use case, then the first part is that you need to talk to, you have to take some training. And my are the consultant or person who are giving the roadmap on how you can effectively use tokenization for your product. Then you have to build your pilot project. For that also, we solution advisor will help you on preparing your pilot project. Okay, internal testing, you have to do some internal beta version into, and in that beta version you have to onboard people, and you have to do an internal trial to see the scalability of the particular platform. Along with that, you have to deploy in a limited environment as a phase one beta version. Okay, then once that beta version get completed, and it is able to scalable, it is able to data, then you can launch it, fully implement it, and you can launch it in the market. But before that, you have to make sure that how effectively it will be integrated with the existing system. Okay, that should be a kind of API based approach into your platform. Suppose if someone does not want your entire platform as a product, then you can able to provide them APIs on a subscription based model which they can use and they can perform their operations. So you have to be in a two model. One is the product and another will be a API based model. So this is the future of trust. I already explained, and thank you for joining this meeting. We have already come to an end, and then there is only 3 minutes of 1 hour session. So I hope I am able to give you a session on NFT and you were able to understand about the tokenization, that NFT is not about only securing or giving the unique identity of art, game, and everything. It is far beyond that. It's a kind of a tokenization or a unique digital identity of a particular asset. So thank you, Lars, and thanks. Do reach out to me in my LinkedIn profile. Let me show me you my LinkedIn. Just give me a second. Okay. I think I'm able to share my screen. Okay. Okay. So this my screen is visible.
Yes.
Okay, so this is my LinkedIn profile. You can get in touch with me in LinkedIn. Okay, and whatever help you want, I will be able to do that one. We can discuss. And if you are interested in tokenization, get in touch with me. Thank you. Thanks a lot for joining this meeting. I hope I'm able to add value in this discussion.
Thank you so much, sir, for the session.
Srishti, if anyone has any question, then you can write it to me. I will be able to do that one. If anyone wants to reach out to me, they can reach out to me. Okay.
Okay, okay, sir, sure.
Okay, Srishti. Thanks a lot. Anything else?
No, thank you so much.
Can I? So we can wrap up this session.
Yeah, if you have any resource that you want to share, you can share it on the Discord channel. So from there, our students can like
Yeah, yeah.
access it.
I will connect with someone from your team to have the Discord
Okay,
channel, and I can connect with them. But then
okay,
also they can reach out to me anytime through LinkedIn. I will be able to help them out. Okay.
okay, sure. Okay, sir,
Okay.
sure.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So, okay, guys, before we move ahead, we have a quick update regarding our generative AI session. The session that was scheduled from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. by Devanshu sir on the topic building AI agents has been postponed as he is currently not feeling well. So, we wish him speedy recovery. But good news is that tomorrow he will be there joining with us again, and we'll be covering both the topics together, that is, building AI agents and AI storage. Thank you all for your patience and understanding. Another update that next session from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. we'll be having a blockchain AMA session. It is completely an interactive session where you can ask your doubts and questions, and feel free to drop in the chat box. Our team will collect your questions and forward them to the mentor, and they can address your doubts. There is no presentation in this session. It's just concept and asking any questions. So yeah, we'll now meet at 3 p.m. for our last Gen AI session. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to HackSpace. Now, continuing with our last session of the day for the generative AI track, we are excited to have a familiar face joining us once again. Please welcome back Ms. Pushpanjali Sharma, ma'am, for Gen AI track. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us again. You can start with the session. I guess there is some network issue, guys. Please wait.
Hi Srishti.
Yeah, ma'am. Uh,
Yeah, I have network glitch. Sorry, I got locked out.
no issues, ma'am. No
Audible?
issues. Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. You are audible.
Okay, sure. So this AMA
Okay, ma'am.
session, right? So how are you going to begin?
Um,
I'm not sure if you have already introduced or uh, brief about the session, but I missed it, I suppose.
yeah. Actually, I told everyone that we are joining again with our new mentor, that was Pushpanjali Sharma, ma'am. So I guess due to some network connection, you just left. But you can start with the session.
Yeah, so this is a Ask Me Anything session, right? AMA session. So I'll be waiting for the team or the participant to ask me questions on anything they have on their project or data and AI, anything on that.
Ma'am, they'll be just putting their doubts in the chat if they have.
Okay. Yeah, so I do not see any new questions popping up yet. Yeah, Mitesh, please go ahead. Yeah, Mitesh. So there are many websites, or I would say repository, from where you can get free data set. So where you can check, um, you can go to you can go to Google search, right? And you can type Google dataset, Amazon dataset, Microsoft dataset. These three are the best resource to get your data on the projects that you're looking for. Apart from that, you can check for some good live projects in kaggle.com. And there are other repository or say data that is being shared by lot of big universities in USA, like University of Berkeley, University of San Diego, right? You can search for those data set, but make sure that whatever data you are selecting, it is matching to your use case or the uh, application or the problem you are trying to solve, right? So I'm planning to share the list of data sets that I have kind of curated. So you can keep an eye on the Discord channel for Level Up, and you should be getting those information there soon, right? Any other questions, guys? Yes, Srishti, I'm not seeing any more questions in the chat.
Yeah, ma'am. Guys, if there are any questions, just ask, or like we can then. Ma'am, there's a question.
Yes. So I would always prefer LangChain because LangChain is something it's open source, but it is tried and tested. A lot of companies are using it where open source is allowed, and I have also I have also kind of built few POCs using LangChain. So you can opt for LangChain for end-to-end and LLM ops if required. Okay. So what was the use case for Mistral? Okay. I'm not sure what is why it was named as quantize. Maybe because of the size or the parameters it has. Okay. Okay. Not sure, Kajal on this quantize one. I can look this up, and I can get you the answer. Yeah. But for Q&A, I suppose if you use GPT models, or you can use cloud also, because those are primarily calibrated for Q&A. If you're working on something for image processing, Gemini would be the right option for image processing kind of a use cases. Yeah. Any other questions, guys? Yes. So Shreya, what is a time series data? So time series data uh, is a data set that has parameters or variable or data points that is collected over a period in time. So for example, if you're building a use case for a college student or batch of student in a college, right, and you want to mark their attendance, right? So normally the colleges starts at 8, and if I remember correctly, my college used to end at 4, right? There's almost 12 hours of a time in between morning 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So, and every classes used to be, I think, 1 hour, right? So if you want to collect, like for all these classes, right, almost 6 to 10 classes, including the lunch hour and everything, right, what is the attendance? Like in total there are 40 students. Out of that, how many students are being present each and every day in between 8 and 4 in each and every hour for each and every class, right? So here you are measuring the data based on a particular timestamp, right? So time series data is about measuring the data points for a particular period in time, and it has a clear timestamp, right? In Kaggle you have a lot of time series data and very basic problems. Start with a basic problem, but make sure that the data set you are picking up from Kaggle, it is not highly processed or normalized. You should be able to process the data on your own, meaning the data should not be too clean or too processed, so that you learn how to do data cleansing and processing before you go for the modeling exercise, right? uh, the weather forecasting data set is again a time series data, because you're collecting the weather status every 1 hour. That's how we see in the Apple weather or say Google weather app. Those are time series data. Yes. Any other questions, guys? No. So if there is a data set, right, about customer, and the customer, there is a timestamp about the renewal of customer services. For example, you are a bank customer to a bank, HDFC, right, and the data set has all the customer information. So you have opened your account first time, say 5 years back, in the month of January 5th, right? And then you have purchased a few things, like for example, you have taken a credit card, you have taken a loan, or you have taken some kind of health insurance policies, right? All this product will have a time series. sorry, we'll have a timestamp, date and the time when these products were subscribed or purchased by you as a customer. In that situation, the customer, when subscribed to a particular service or a particular policy, etc., those are collected as part of a date and timestamp. So in this situation, we cannot call this a time series data. This is a customer data. Time series data, the data points are collected over a period in time. So for this customer, right, for you, a HDFC customer, if I want to analyze the history uh, uh, about your ATM transaction for the month of December, from 1st to 31st, how many ATM credit and debit transaction happen in your account in your name? That is called time series data, because we are measuring that particular credit and debit transactions, or say actions, based on a particular time. Yes, that is a best practice, 70 and 30. But again, depends how big your data set is. So 80 20 also works, but 70/30 is the baseline, or I would say best practices normally we consider. Yeah. Any other questions, guys? I expected a lot more questions from you, with a lot of enthusiasm to crack this hackathon that you people are participating. Or the time is not right for you to, be charged up and ask more questions. So it is not about whether you're putting the application in production and choosing your model accordingly. It is about what is the use case, right? Your use case might not even need an LLM as well, right? It can be a very uh, a simple foundational machine learning model that can do the job. So in the world of data and AI, right, everything that we build and take it forward to production, everything depends on the use case. As I mentioned in the morning session also, if if you're working in data and AI world, it doesn't mean that every problem you are trying to solve requires an ML model to be deployed to resolve that particular problem. It may be a very simple analysis, or maybe a software engineering problem. So and if your use case really needs a LLM to be implemented, I would say, like, choose the best model based on what is the use case. You are processing text data, you are processing image or video, you are doing a Q&A, you are doing a chat completion, or you are doing a you know uh, text generation, etc., right? So based on that, choose your model accordingly. And large and smaller, it also depends on the resources you have on your system, and how exactly you are utilizing it, right? So GPT 4 4.0 or GPT 4.0 mini is good to experiment. If you see that it is not as per your requirement, GPT 5.2 you can use for your work, right? And llamas is also good, but again, every model is not going to give you the right output based on the use case. So for example, if you want to generate code, right, OpenAI Codex is one of the best option. In the meantime, if you want to generate a lot of text, then OpenAI GPTs are good models. If you want to generate a lot of images, nobody can beat Gemini, right? It is purely calibrated or say fine tuned towards image processing. Similar way, cloud is also good in terms of faster processing, because the backend mechanism, it takes less time. So it depends like what is your requirement. OCR is for optical character recognition. It is primarily for processing the text information from a file, say from a scanned document or PDF, right? For video extraction of any information from a video, you should be using some kind of models like YOLO, right? Because it is purely falling into the computer vision domain, and you need to choose the models accordingly. OCR is primarily for YOLO, correct, Mitesh. YOLO. So OCR is primarily for extraction of text from a processed file. Okay, okay, Mitesh. All the best. If you need any help, then let me know. Yeah, so in this situation, like, do not go for OCR. Look into the computer vision specific pre-trained models like YOLO or any other framework that is available in the market. I think Delhi also will be able to help, but choose the best one for video processing that takes less time and resources, and it is more accurate. That will be my advice. Okay, sure, Mitesh. Any other questions? Okay, Shrishti, if there is no question, we can wrap up the session. Is it?
Yeah, ma'am, it's fine. Guys, if you have any questions, you can put it in the chat. Otherwise, we can wind up.
So of course, garbage in, garbage out, Avinash. If your input data is really bad, the output is going to be garbage. So first of all, you have to clean your data, and there is a lot of different ways that you can clean the data. If it's a structured data, right? Go ahead and search for the step-by-step data cleansing on using Python, right? And it will show how exactly you should be analyzing your data set using Python code, and then step by step clean it. For example, if if there are numerical values ranging from a very low range to a very high range, and you see there is a lot of variation, right? Somewhere it is going 0, somewhere it is going say 1500, somewhere it is again coming down to 5, right? So you see a lot of variation in that. So in this situation, how data cleansing will work, here you can do binning. Binning is like you decide a range 0 to 500, right? And then you put all the values that falling into that particular range. So if you do binning, binning is going to reduce the number of values you have in that variable, right? And it is going to help you to structure the data set into more readable format, and the AI model, whatever model you are using, will be able to read it better. So there is a different way or steps to data, to clean the data before you go for the modeling, right? So that is like a step by step comprehensive approach for data cleansing. So as you must have heard about it, 80% of the time data scientists or ML engineers spend in cleaning up the data than doing the modeling, because modeling is very easy. You have already predefined or say already created equation. So linear regression was discovered or designed in the year 1950s, right? And that mathematical equation has never changed. Linear regression model was same in 1950, it is same in 1920, it is same in 2020, it is same in 2025, right? Linear regression equation hasn't changed. What is changing is data, right? And also how you're cleaning up the data, it depends on the type of the data: structured data, semi-structured data, or unstructured data, right? Every type of data requires different kind of steps to clean it. So you have to make sure like you clean the data as per the requirement, and then fed it to the model that you are trying to work on. So when it comes to LLM, since LLMs are pre-trained, right? And there is, and if you are using an app like ChatGPT, so a lot of data processing happens the moment you are giving the prompt. If there is a typo on the prompt, so first typos are rectified before the prompt is sent to the LLM for any further processing, right? So that is, those are the software engineering pieces. So in this so LLM, since they are pre-trained, so they already know the difference between a misspell word like I am feeling very weak, week, versus weak. The correct spelling is weak, weak. मुझे बहुत कमजोरी हो रही है, right? So versus I am feeling very weak, week is means hafta, the weekdays, weekends, right? So if it is misspelled or wrong words are used, so there is a back end processing happening to rectify the prompt, right? And find the real intention and the meaning, and then it is sent for processing. So it depends like what exactly you are working with. Yeah. Any other questions, guys? Okay, sure, Mitesh. Sounds fine. So I think that if there is no question, then we'll wrap up the session, guys.
Yeah,
And
ma'am,
please do
it's
reach out.
fine.
Yeah, sure, guys.
If
Thanks, Rishi. Thanks, Jade, and thanks everybody.
yeah, guys, if you have any question afterwards, you can always put it on Discord, and then ma'am can solve those doubts. And we will share
Yeah,
your Discord links over there. You can just interact with the students.
sure. Sounds fine with me. Srishti. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the session.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Okay, guys, that brings us to the end of today's journey. You all have been absolutely incredible. This is what Hackspace is all about. I would like to take a moment to thank all our mentors. Their insights have brightened up today's session, but it is not the end. We have many more exciting sessions lined up for tomorrow as well. So, see you tomorrow with new energy, and thank you for being here today.